Hello. Yeah, okay. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Mic check, mic check. Hello.
Over 80% of global trade moves by sea. But marine freight movements remain dependent on a few traditional routes. And over 80% of global trade moves by sea. But marine freight movements remain dependent on a few traditional routes. An over-reliance on these shipping lanes and corridors causes choke points, leading to longer transit times, higher freight insurance costs, and increased supply chain risk. India is leading the way by actively engaging with new maritime corridors that integrate multimodal infrastructure, reducing transit times to the Middle East, to Europe and beyond, by enhancing port and rail linkages while integrating with global value chains. These alternative maritime corridors offer a buffer against systemic trade shocks and a competitive edge in a dynamic global trade landscape. It unlocks economic value by connecting hinterlands to global markets, helping Indian manufacturers scale with regional and global value chains. Complementing the Sagarmala program, it strengthens port connectivity through more than 170 road and rail projects, potentially generating 1 to 1.5 million direct and indirect jobs through the ecosystem. Every 1% gain in efficiency drives a 0.8% rise in GDP. These corridors also open the door to substantially higher foreign direct investment opportunities into the country. By integrating ports with inland waterways, dedicated freight corridors, and digital logistics platforms, they could reduce logistics costs by 2 to 3 percentage points, translating into annual savings of approximately billions and driving substantial capacity expansion of nearly 250 to 300 million tons. These maritime corridors ensure the seamless flow of trade while fueling economies, connecting nations, and moving the world forward. In September 2024, the United Arab Emirates and India launched the Virtual Trade Corridor, a digital-first solution designed to simplify and accelerate international trade. At its core is Maritime, the master application for international trade and regulatory interface, which integrates all stakeholders in the virtual trade corridor onto a single, seamless digital system. Since its launch, strategic workshops in India and the UAE have brought key stakeholders together to align on identified commodities for trial shipments, the structure and content of electronic messages, and origin-destination ports, paving the way for pilot shipments through Nhava Sheva, Deen Dayal, and Jebel Ali ports, contributing materially to the scaling up of the proof of concept. Steering and working committees from both nations are guiding this initiative, creating a fully connected, digitally enabled trade corridor. Africa, a continent of over 1 billion aspirations, is one of the fastest growing markets in the world. Across the ocean, India rises with immense a growing presence in global supply chains. Together, India and Africa hold vast potential, not only in trading with each other, but in connecting Africa with Africa and building integrated intercontinental value chains. The Bharat-Africa Setu, a collaborative initiative between the Government of India and DP World, is unlocking this potential through a holistic trade ecosystem. This includes multimodal sea and air connectivity, market access, and trade finance, creating an end-to-end solution that enables the smooth flow of goods, capital, and opportunity to Africa. With a presence in 53 African nations, DP
Final request, please kindly take your seats. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you to this session on Maritime Corridors, Unlocking Trade Through Strategic Connectivity, exclusively led and curated by DP World. It is our privilege to have eminent speakers from the domain to share with you their perspective on the Maritime Corridor. As the world reimagines global supply chains, India stands at the center of a new era of connectivity, one built on resilience, technology, and strategic cooperation. This session will explore how emerging maritime and multimodal corridors are shaping the future of global trade and regional integration. Before we kickstart today's session, we have a short video that underlines the growing importance of maritime corridors in the building resilient supply chains across the world.
Over 80% of global trade moves by sea, but marine freight movements remain dependent on a few traditional routes. An over-reliance on these shipping lanes and corridors causes choke points, leading to longer transit times, higher freight insurance costs, and increased supply chain risk. India is leading the way by actively engaging with new maritime corridors that integrate multimodal infrastructure, reducing transit times to the Middle East, to Europe, and beyond, by enhancing port and rail linkages while integrating with global value chains. These alternative maritime corridors offer a buffer against systemic trade shocks and a competitive edge in a dynamic global trade landscape. It unlocks economic value by connecting hinterlands to global markets, helping Indian manufacturers scale with regional and global value chains. Complementing the Sagarmala program, it strengthens port connectivity through more than 170 road and rail projects, potentially generating 1 to 1.5 million direct and indirect jobs through the ecosystem. Every 1% gain in efficiency drives a 0.8% rise in GDP. These corridors also open the door to substantially higher foreign direct investment opportunities into the country. By integrating ports with inland waterways, dedicated freight corridors, and digital logistics platforms, they could reduce logistics costs by 2 to 3 percentage points, translating into annual savings of approximately billions and driving substantial capacity expansion of nearly 250 to 300 million tons. These maritime corridors ensure the seamless flow of trade while fueling economies, connecting nations, and moving the world forward.
To formally open this session, may I now invite Mr. Hemant Kumar Ruia, Country Head, DP World India, to deliver the welcome remarks. The floor is all yours.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this special session on maritime corridors, unlocking trade through strategic connectivity, exclusively led and curated by DP World. India's maritime journey today stands at an inflection point. In recent years, global events such as the Suez Canal blockage and the Red Sea disruptions have reminded us that connectivity today means resilience, diversification, and collaboration. The emergence of alternate trade routes and corridors reflects this global shift, integrating ports, rail, and digital infrastructure to create routes that are faster, safer, and more sustainable. Through this session, we aim to deliberate on the strategic vision behind such corridors, the policy and operation enablers required to make them a reality, and the opportunities they offer for inclusive and sustainable growth. I extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished speakers, dignitaries, and participants. Your insights and experience will greatly enrich this dialogue, and help chart the course for India's continued maritime leadership. Thank you, and I wish all of us a very engaging session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our first session, a fireside chat on reimagining the maritime corridors to unleash trade and connectivity. This discussion will explore how emerging maritime and multimodal corridors are redefining global connectivity, trade resilience, and strategic cooperation. Our distinguished panel will examine the vision, enablers, and real-world impact of these corridors in shaping a more secure, sustainable, and inclusive future for global trade. And it is my privilege to welcome our distinguished speakers for this fireside chat. His Excellency, Mr. Walter Ferreira, Honorable Consul General of Italy in Mumbai. Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Mr. Gopal Krishna, former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Mr. Rizwan Sumat, CEO of Managing Director, DP World, North Africa and Indian Subcontinent. To lead this insightful conversation, we are honored to have with us Ms. Indrani Bhagchi, CEO of Ananta Center, an eminent voice in diplomacy, strategic affairs, and international policy. May I now invite Ms. Bhagchi to introduce the panel and lead the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. This promises to be a very, very engaging session because this is something that we've all talked about, written about, read about, at least for the last few years. And Mr. Ruya spoke about the disruptions in the Red Sea, the Suez Canal blockage in 2021. But what we also look for are corridors where data, goods and services can flow seamlessly. And one of the most important initiatives in that front of late has been the IMEC, or the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. In my travels in the last few years, I have found interest in the IMEC in countries that I never actually expected it. I mean, I was in Romania, and they were very interested in becoming a part of IMEC. Well, I was like, how would that happen? So yes, it opens up possibilities. It opens up a potential for connectivity and security in a way that I don't think we would have imagined earlier. Yes, there will be geopolitical obstructions. Conflicts and wars are never far away where human beings are concerned. So we will have that, but the fact that an idea like this has endured even through one of the most difficult periods in the region in the last few years is a testimony to the resilience of the idea itself. We will be putting together details of this of the corridor, and alternate corridors are really all that we will be looking at in this particular session. I think you will find that the first set of connectivity corridors between India and the UAE as part of IMEC should go online in the next couple of months, but I will leave that to the speakers to talk about. We will now turn to our esteemed panel, who will explore how alternate corridors like IMEC can reshape global connectivity, and what will it take for India, its government, the governments of the region, and private sector to make this vision a reality. My first speaker would be Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, former Secretary, of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Dr. Ranjan, the IMEC was conceived as part of India's sort of gift to the world during the G20 presidentship that we held in 2023. From your perspective, what is the larger vision behind IMEC? Why did we consider building a corridor at this particular time, an alternate corridor at this particular time?
Thank you very much. Thank you for, first of all, inviting me. And as far as IMEC and the corridor, the way it is considered, I think it has been in the making. It was there up till some time, and it has been in the making, the recent version of it, for some time now. And that's more to do with the way the technologies have evolved and things have changed on the shipping side. As the shipping has containerized and got digitized, the multimodal movement has become more and more practical and is more and more a reality of the day. And IMEC concept, with this technological change happening, of multimodality being a doable proposition which can move things from one mode to another without any loss of time, combined with the recent kind of upheavals that the world has gone through, starting from COVID, the Red Sea crisis, and the other things which are happening all over the world, and the recent tariff kind of upheaval. So the supply chains are getting totally rewired. While we as the world has been used to the big volumes happening on the Atlantic and the Pacific, but with the recent developments, it is Indian Ocean which is back in the reckoning. And therefore, the way shipping used to happen maybe a decade back has changed totally. Today, more than 50% of the containers move on waters next to us. 2/3 of the oil cargo moves in the waters next to us. So the shipping alignments which used to exist are being totally reconfigured. The way the shipping used to happen with containers coming and getting digitized is getting changed. The Suez Canal came about when a big revolution in shipping happened 200 years back. When steamships came in, taking coal all the way through Cape of Good Hope would mean more coal, less of cargo. And therefore, they had to find a shorter route through the Suez. And Suez happened. Today, with disruptions and uncertainties and possible solutions which are already there, IMEC is a concept which is going to, the idea is something which will become a reality. There are geopolitical reasons which seem to be very apparent, but they are pure economic, technological, and the way the shipping has shifted are the ones which are going to drive IMEC. And as far as India and UAE is concerned, we know that things are moving forward. I'm sure we would have Mr. Rizwan to elaborate on that, but with the kind of things happening on the UAE side, and with them having taken Tuna Tekra, you would have a seamless movement of things between our ports all the way to UAE, the first leg, with the issues of customs and all the paperwork getting seamlessly sorted out with Maitri, which is already off the block. So the first leg is already happening. And therefore, skeptics who have illusions about the kind of challenges the corridor faces, I think, is something that needs to be put to rest. The model which is evolving here is for others to replicate on a case, well, on a partnership basis all along. And I'm sure even with this minimum kind of effort, the IMEC is taking shape. If we are able to bring everyone together, then it takes a grander form and it happens faster. It's just the pace which will which is a matter which will depend on the kind of consensus we have built. But it's a reality and it has to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjan. That is actually something that we've also picked up when we've been writing on this, because you thought after a month after the announcement of IMEC that it had all fallen apart. And 3 years later, we are still talking IMEC. So clearly there is weight in the idea, in the vision. Mr. Gopal Krishna, since Mr. Ranjan referred to you as well, IMEC is certainly more than a trade route. It is a strategic statement about how India wants to place itself in global value chains. From a policy perspective, how do you see this corridor reshaping trade dynamics and strengthening India's position in the global connectivity picture?
Yeah, thanks a lot. See, when IMEC was conceived about 2 years back or maybe 3 years back, something more is happening in the world. And we are all aware the public discourse debate is all about whether the world is actually deglobalizing. Are we seeing the demise and end of world open economy? And that's a very strong economic thought that is being debated. But very counterintuitively, if you see, trade is booming. The world trade is at its peak this time. Ports are buzzing with activity. So something else is happening, And what is happening, and Sanjeev did allude to it, there's a lot of restructuring, realignment, reshaping, both in shipping routes and the way trade is happening is in the making. Now, take an example. 75% of phones in US was getting imported from China just 2-3 years back. Today it is only 25%. Balance is coming from Vietnam and India. A lot of goods now America imports from Mexico. Russia imports massively from China now. So the entire shipping business, shipping routes, trade routes are reshaping. Now, the way Lewitt, the gurus of globalization, Lewitt or Sutherland or even our Bhagwati saw globalization, that kind of globalization is no longer there. Globalization is now taking a very different shape. And when I see IMEC, what is also happening is that we are calling it friendshoring. Countries are now buying, selling goods to friends. That's the latest buzz. We saw that India was buying heavily from Russia. Similarly, our association with UAE is so strong for ages that we have to have a strong alignment on trade. IMEC is an economic corridor. I mean, you spoke about corridors. There have been corridors like North-South corridor. Those were transport corridors. India built strategic corridors to its northeast through Bangladesh, through Myanmar, like Sitwe, Palatwa, connections are there. This is, as I see it, an economic corridor, which means it's not a transport corridor, it's not a logistic corridor, it's a plus economic corridor. Means, if you can actually transport goods to and from India and UAE, there is a big chance of value addition there. And then we search markets in and around UAE, which directly maybe India cannot cater to. So this whole concept of economic corridor makes it a very, very potent legal tool, trade tool, very, very trade tool. And if you see, again, I was just going through contemporary data. In the month of August and September, trade volumes between India and UAE have seen the highest rise, not annual, at 13 to 15%, which is tremendous. So such a corridor obviously will reconfigure the entire trade systems in and around India, which Sanjeev also mentioned.
Sure.
And it should be seen much beyond being a pure logistic corridor. It's an economic corridor, contributing massively, synergizing the economic strengths of both the countries, and then taking advantage of the strengths, reaching out to new markets.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krishna. Actually, the distinction that you made between being just a trade corridor and an economic corridor is I think, very important, because we tend to look at it only in terms of logistics. but it's actually much, much bigger. And I wanted to follow up with you, with Mr. Walter Ferreira, the Consul General for Italy. Since Italy forms the European anchor for the IMEC, although I notice you now have competition from the French, the port of Trieste is a critical Mediterranean endpoint in a way. How do you see Europe being more than just a destination for the IMEC, and what does it mean for the EU?
Yes, hello, good afternoon, buon pomeriggio. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's a privilege to address you on this very special and strategic topic for us. Of course, I can give you the Italian perspective on this, and I guess this is why you wanted me to be here this afternoon. Let me read a couple of points just to frame a little bit your question. So as we said, we meet at a moment of profound transformation, where challenges through traditional maritime routes have accelerated the search for resilient, sustainable and diversified trade corridors. So this is basically the origin of IMEC. And as a reference to France, I would like to say that there is no possible competition between Italy and France for a series of reasons. But IMEC is far more than a transportation route. It is a green and digital bridge across continents. It represents a shared commitment to a world where supply chains are resilient, economic growth is sustainable, and connectivity fosters stability. So IMEC does not seek to replace traditional corridors, but to complement them, adding vital layers of sustainability and digital capacity. Its focus on green energy, like hydrogen, creates a new pathway along traditional oil shipping lanes. So crucially, it is a powerful vector for stability in our more political vision and wealth for all regions involved. It's a digital backbone, the Blue Raman project that is so much involved in Mumbai and India in general, has already, as you know, landed in Mumbai. It's an infrastructure that will secure high-speed data transfer between India and Europe, fueling digital transformation and research. Italy is very proud to be a founding partner and a European terminal for this corridor. Our port, like Trieste, are poised to become central hubs, while Genoa, on the other side of Italy, will serve as a critical node for both trade and digital data. So our role extends beyond geography. Italy brings deep expertise in port logistics, sustainable infrastructure, and engineering. We see IMEC as a strategic national priority. And this is why it's resilient to all the challenges you were mentioning before. It's actually perfectly aligning with our Mattei plan for Africa. And our goal basically is to strengthen ties with the Indo-Pacific. So it is a catalyst for investment and green technology. I will stop here because maybe I will share some comments with the audience
Sure,
and someone
absolutely.
else. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
I'll come to our last speaker for his opening remarks, Rizwan Sumer, CEO of and CEO and MD of DP World. Rizwan, you know, there is a role that the private sector plays, which is almost, if not even more important than the role that governments play. While governments will help to put together the infrastructure backbone, the policy backbone, how does something like DP World, what is the role that you play in putting together a corridor as massive as the one that we envisage right now?
Thanks, Indrani, and thanks to my earlier colleagues on the panel. So a couple of things. One is, of course, that we're already moving cargo on the IMEC as we speak. So the trucking route is actually open. There's almost 4 to 7 transshipments, so it's quite complex. It's going through multiple countries. For example, you go from here to the UAE, and from UAE you go into Saudi into Jordan, Israel, and then actually onwards by sea route to the rest of Europe in that sense. With so much of complexity along the way, quite obviously we need a lot of infrastructure. We need a lot of border protocols, a lot of standardization, a lot of technology and digital integration in that sense. So for example, if the cargo is declared in India of a certain kind, it has to be actually well recognized from a code perspective, the commodity code perspective, all across the corridor in that sense. And just with 1 or 2 transshipments, we see a lot of complexity. I mean, we all know, the east-west trade routes have to actually be hubbed somewhere. And when you hub, you have missed ships, and of course cargo actually lying around in the port till the next ship actually comes. So with just 1 or 2 transshipments on the sea routes, there's so much of complexity. You could actually imagine going by road and 4 to 7 transshipments, what kind of complexity the cargo will actually potentially face. And those are the trials that we actually did, to ensure that at least we kind of pilot this route in our own way to actually know what kind of infrastructure, physical as well as digital, is needed along the way. And one of the things that Rahulji is out here from RITES, he was chosen by the government of India to work with the UAE to actually do this pilot. And Sanjeev ji as well as Gopal Krishna ji actually mentioned about Maitri. They mentioned about the virtual trade corridor. It's Rahulji who essentially piloted this on behalf of the government of India, together with Jebel Ali Port and other ports in the UAE. And we actually found that there could be more than 30–40% savings in terms of time and efficiency, by just actually clearing the cargo in India and not actually having to clear it in the UAE. And these are our estimates, so I'm not going to hold you accountable for that quote. And then, of course, the other way around as well. If the cargo is cleared in the UAE, it need not be cleared in India. And you could just see the potential benefit of something like this.
Yeah.
In terms of speedy clearances, ease of doing business, and thus all fueling the fact that more cargo could actually move as a result, because people actually want to actually partake in those supply chains where the cost is actually the lowest, and therefore the competitivity of the goods is actually highest,
right,
relative to other countries that they actually compete with. So if you actually see the IMEC corridor, I mean, I'm sure the panel will discuss a lot more in detail, and this is just more putting the strategic roadmap, this particular fireside chat. But it's 3,000 kilometers of road, and the vision is to actually do it by rail. For 2 reasons. One is, of course, rail is more certain, more reliable from that perspective, and it kind of forces the fact that everything has to be standardized along the way. But also in terms of ensuring that the sustainability angle is taken into account, because rail is actually 4 times more sustainable than road. And over such large distances, in terms of the amount of cargoes that have to be actually transported, it's critically important that the sustainability angle is also kept into account. So I'll just stop here, but maybe some more questions after that to give more details.
I have definitely more questions, but I'm going to return to the 2 policymakers on the panel. There are steps that governments will have to take or should have started taking if we have to make this corridor a reality, because the corridor means that various points on the corridor have to speak to each other, whether technologically or in terms of standardization, in terms of harmonization of capacities, integration of ports and industrial linkages. So what are the shifts that you see happening by government, whether in terms of policy, whether in terms of rules and regulations, that would make this particular multimodal transport a seamless affair? And I ask this also because, INSTC, which is the other corridor that we have spoken about, at least we've lived through, at least for the last 20 years of my writing about it, has actually suffered from the lack of integration. So I was wondering how you, both of you, if you could take turns at giving us a sense of how the government is looking at policy changes in this.
Yeah. So you spoke about the north-south corridor. Now, if we see the way it was envisaged, there is a sea route, and then from Bandar Abbas we go to Bandar Anzali in north of Iran, and then Port Ashwan in Russia. There is also then another strategic, initiative which Government of India took was the Chabahar port. And there again, it was a multimodal, the objective was slightly different also to link Afghanistan directly through the route, but was also to somehow link with the north-south corridor through Zahedan. And there was a long railway line.
I know.
And why I'm coming to railway line is because governments play a very, very important role in a corridor like IMEC, because there is going to be a huge railway line involved, The funding of the railway line, the equipment required, all those things will come in. And you really rightly mentioned, the Chabar-Zahedan line is still facing a lot of problems because they are big projects. And therefore, it's not just governments to talk, we have to engage multilateral agencies. There are multiple countries involved, funding of such huge projects are involved. A lot of import of, railway equipment will take place, wagons, engines, all these things will take place. And what soft integration which Rizwan mentioned about harmonization of custom rules and all these things, I'm sure the government has set up some kind of a integration team to go into all these aspects. If not, I'm sure in the times to come that will have to be required to be set up, because large amount of issues need to be sorted out before this takes shape.
Dr. Ranjit?
The fact that multimodality and containers have been around, and it's only that more and more cargo would be transported through a multimodal means, is both a domestic imperative and an imperative for these corridors. The fact that the old way of doing things, given the recent upheavals that we have in the shipping sector, resilience has become more important. Now, these two factors have been something which have been the focus of the shipping sector for some time. And therefore, the recent policies, the framework that we have created in India are there to take care of it. It's only that if you're able to do it well, implement it well, it will work for IMEC, it will work for NSTC. The legislations which we have in India, we have amended that, and they made them such that all our activities can be fully digitally enabled, whether it's the Indian Ports Act or whatever. We have allowed private sector to come in a big way to bring in the efficiencies through the act and enablement of the acts. We have the Prime Minister Gati Shakti and the new logistics policy, which our ports are implementing, are being asked to implement wholeheartedly, so that the multimodality and the gaps which used to exist between various modes, they learn to work together, and governance models for they being able to work together and harmonize the kind of inflows and outflow of data that takes place is already happening. It's only that if we're able to do the same thing for the IMEC and the other corridors, the entire thing succeeds. And exactly that is being attempted under Maritime, where the platforms which we have created in India for multimodal integration are our platforms, and the UA platforms are being made to talk to each other, so that the link between us and our neighborhood countries, we are fully on track. The physical part of it, this being a maritime connect, we are already make it happening. And the success of the first link will, I'm sure, ensure that the following links which on the IMEC, they would see value in this proposition. With the soft part of it working smoothly and efficiently, this problem of the block, they would be more willing to invest in the hardware which are required in some of the railway sections. So as we evolve, as we make sure that the kind of cost savings which IMEC talks of, 30%, the time of 40% cost savings in the first link, if we were to prove that, the subsequent links between UAE and Saudis and so on and so forth will, as an economic compulsion, start falling in place. So IMEC was there from ages. It's a grand vision, it's a civilization recollect, in the sense that Roman times, the kind of trade that used to happen was exactly the same corridor.
That's right.
And it is, which somehow got fragmented because of the colonial kind of history that we had in between. But we are just trying to revive that. It's a natural way of doing things which have been there for centuries. It got disrupted because of artificial barriers that were created. Now with the kind of economic compulsions, the shipping lines getting realigned, the technology which is not now available, and the geopolitics of the world that is happening, these corridors will be up and running. It's only a matter of fact that some of the things that we have right now, for example, the policies that we have right now, quite a few of them are aspirational. We expect the ports to be taking of the entire corridor rather than the port itself. Some of them would have to be made mandatory so that the intermodal linkages efficiencies improve both domestically and for the IMEC route. We should be able to create an architecture, a governance architecture which takes care of all the stakeholders together. But that's more of a political kind of a thing which will evolve. But we have to prove that the first leg, which already is happening, if that succeeds, the rest of it will fall in place. Thank you.
Mr. Ferreira, for you, Europe really will become not just the destination, but one of the end points of this particular corridor. How do you see it transforming Europe, particularly Southern Europe? And we've seen that Southern Europe in recent years have had other challenges. But how do you see this corridor transforming Europe?
Thank you. Well, certainly the corridor is going to transform Southern Europe. What I'm also sure is that it is going to be a great opportunity for Italy. Italy is a natural gateway to merchandise from India, as India is a natural gateway for the all Asia market for us, for the products from Italy. So I see in this complementarity that needs to be exploited somehow for the benefit of all the countries involved. If we are talking about Italy, because maybe I'm more competent about talking about Italy, of course for Trieste is a great opportunity. But I have to say that I'm a bit biased on Trieste because it's in my own state in Italy. So I might not be actually objective. But in a way, I'm sure that Trieste will benefit from it. It's an historical hub, you may know, for all merchandise coming to Central and Eastern Europe. And so in this way, we are basically reviving a story that has already been there. So for Trieste, it's something natural to be the gateway for all trade coming from other countries. It's something that it's already well set also for other European countries in that area. So it's something that it's actually comes very natural to us. But I would like maybe to turn a point also on the importance for Italy and India about IMEC on a more political perspective. Because as you might know, Italian and Indo-Italian relations are maybe at the highest now. Yeah. We are blessed with an incredibly positive political conjuncture. Our Minister for Transport was here yesterday. He had several bilateral meetings. We talked a lot about IMEC and the way forward. So I am confident that this corridor, this specific corridor, is going to be a gateway for the increase of our relations in different fields, from the economic to the commercial to the trade side, but also to the cultural level. So I'm very happy that we have found a way to put our energies together for a common goal, which will be for the benefit of both countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ferreira. Rizwan, you get the closing remarks. There are areas that you will have to create in terms of logistics, not just for goods, but both for services, but also for data. And in a sense, sort of taking on from the policies that governments will be making. Well, how do you see these different strands of the corridor coming together on the ground? And what is it that you are aiming to do, and what is it that you want help on?
So we've already got a lot of assets along the route. For example, the UAE in Jebel Ali In Saudi, we operate the port of Jeddah, and then of course in Europe, several ports per se. So I think the opportunities that we have actually identified by actually physically moving cargo right now and to see what potential it has for both logistics investments, but also enablers like free zones, for example, right? Where along the borders, one can actually set up free zones where, manufacturing, value addition, etc., can be done. And as actually Sir mentioned, that these are economic corridors, right? So they actually open up new markets. For example, the Central Asia market that is actually open to us via the INSTC corridor, where we move cargo via Iran, and we move cargo via Iran to Central Asia through the Caspian. And there, essentially, it's a $1 trillion economy, right? Waiting to be tapped. They do trade with each other, and that's $1 trillion because they're not so well connected to the rest of the world.
Correct.
And so therefore, how do we tap into that market by actually making this corridor work, to connect India with Central Asia more effectively, but also along the route, it connects many more micro markets where free zones, special economic zones, logistic parks, value addition parks can all be set up, right? And that's what we are exploring to ensure that happens. And then through digital, we have a port community system that actually works in Dubai for the last 20, 25 years. It has actually evolved as trade and as needs have evolved of customers. And this can be a lift and shift along the corridor for many countries per se. Because the more standardized port community system that you actually have, the better and faster cargo actually flows because data has to flow faster than cargo.
Of course.
And so therefore, the need for a digital enabled documentation system becomes critically important actually. So we have that, and it's functioning in about 10, 11 countries already right now, this port community system. India also has one in that sense, and that's actually what is used to leverage the Maitri platform. Maitri is nothing but a conduit of these two systems, the one existing in the UAE and the other one in India in that sense, right? And we need a lot more Maitris between these countries to ensure that this economic vision that Mr. Gopal Krishnan talked about actually becomes a reality, because if data doesn't flow faster than cargo, cargo actually has to wait for data, and that actually hurts the ease of doing business. It actually raises the logistics cost and then hurts the competitivity of the product.
Absolutely. That's completely true, and this is on this note, we will close our conversation, our fireside chat this afternoon. Thank you all for your insights, and these are comments that are policy shaping, if I may say so, and we hope to see the first announcement actually, I think, in January for the Jebel Ali. But I think but full scale, I think it's January. So. Something like that. On that note, thank you all very much, and wish you good afternoon.
Thank you to all our speakers for such thought-provoking and insightful conversation. Your insights have truly deepened our understanding of how maritime corridors can transform the future of global trade and connectivity. May I now request Ms. Indrani Bagchi to kindly present mementos to our esteemed panelists as a token of gratitude and appreciation. And inviting Mr. Hemant Kumar Ruya to kindly hand out a memento to our esteemed moderator, Ms. Indrani Bagchi, as a sign of our gratitude and appreciation. Ms. Indrani Bagchi. Ma'am, this is a token of appreciation for you. Ladies and gentlemen, as per the discussion that we have all just listened to from our eminent panelists on how maritime corridors connect new and diverse markets, let us take a moment to look at how Bharat-Africa Setu, an integrated trade ecosystem, can unlock potential between two diverse regions and how a key digital innovation is shaping the future of trade connectivity. The Maitri platform, India's pioneering virtual trade corridor.
Africa, a continent of over 1 billion aspirations, is one of the fastest growing markets in the world. Across the ocean, India rises with immense manufacturing strength and a growing presence in global supply chains. Together, India and Africa hold vast potential, not only in trading with each other, but in connecting Africa with Africa and building integrated intercontinental value chains. The Bharat-Africa Setu, a collaborative initiative between the Government of India and DP World, is unlocking this potential through a holistic trade ecosystem. This includes multimodal sea and air connectivity, market access, and trade finance, creating an end-to-end solution that enables the smooth flow of goods, capital, and opportunity to Africa. With a presence in 53 African nations, DP World's market access solutions connect Indian goods to 260,000 points of sale through ports, warehouses, and economic zones for consumers and businesses across the continent. For small and medium enterprises, DP World's trade finance solution is breaking down traditional barriers, empowering them to scale, compete, and thrive in global markets. Indian manufacturers can now establish production units in Africa itself, tapping into local resources and skilled manpower to create jobs, strengthen local economies, and export to the world. While Bharat-Africa Setu deepens South-South collaboration, the United Arab Emirates, at the crossroads of Asia and Africa, serves as a natural logistics hub, offering Indian businesses a gateway to African markets, providing essential logistics services that support the distribution of goods across the continent. In September 2024, the United Arab Emirates and India launched the Virtual Trade Corridor, a digital-first solution designed to simplify and accelerate international trade. At its core is Maitri, the master application for international trade and regulatory interface, which integrates all stakeholders in the virtual trade corridor onto a single, seamless digital system. Since its launch, strategic workshops in India and the UAE have brought key stakeholders together to align on identified commodities for trial shipments, the structure and content of electronic messages, and origin-destination ports, paving the way for pilot shipments through Nhava Sheva, Deen Dayal, and Jebel Ali ports, contributing materially to the scaling up of the proof of concept. Steering and working committees from both nations are guiding this initiative, creating a fully connected, digitally enabled trade corridor.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We now move on to the next session for the day, which is our more granular discussion which we shall have around building resilient supply chains through maritime and multimodal trade corridors. Now, the idea of this session, ladies and gentlemen, would be to expound on the infrastructure, investment, and technology enablers which are required to build the next generation corridors and the role which the ports, the regulatory agencies, the policy makers, and the partnerships which are essential in realizing the full potential of such novel endeavors. We have a very esteemed set of panelists for this session, which has even become more esteemed, should I say, again by the presence of our former Secretary Shipping, Mr. T.K. Ramachandran, who has been gracious enough to be a part of this session at the last minute. So we're grateful to you. Maybe request Mr. Ramachandran to kindly come and sit with us on the dais for the session. Thank you so much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a round of applause. I now invite Mr. Sushil Kumar Singh, the Chairman, Deen Dayal Port Authority, to kindly also join us on the dais. Our next esteemed panelist is Mr. Rahul Mittal, the Chairman and Managing Director, RITES, which has been the beacon of developing the connectivity insofar as the Maitri is concerned as an initiative to energize these maritime corridors. And we have with us Mr. Ganesh Raj, the Global CEO, Marine Services, DP World, as our in-house specialist to infuse clarity on how the trade corridors need commercial entities to energize them. And we have Dr. Luca Abatello amongst us, the founder and CEO of Circle SPA, who is one of the domain specialists in understanding the requirements of maritime corridor. Welcome, Mr. Abatello. I would also like to welcome Mr. Shubhendu Kumar, the director of MEBAC Consulting Group, who has been instrumental in assisting us in understanding how this session content should mature. Thank you, Shubhendu. And most importantly, I call upon our esteemed moderator, Ms. Priyam Gandhi Modi, Director, Vishwamitra Research Foundation, and a distinguished voice in public policy and global affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a big hand. I also call upon Mr. Vinod Giri, the Managing Director, National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, to kindly join us on stage as one of the esteemed panelists. And without much ado, may I call upon Ms. Priyam Gandhi Modi to take it away.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. It's a privilege and an honor to be here to be talking about economic corridors. So, just opening remarks. I believe that we are a country, India is a country whose time has truly come. I know in the former fireside chat, many of our panelists did sort of allude to this. But I'd like to stress on this a little more. We've really come a full circle as a country. The Indian peninsula has come a full circle. Centuries ago, the Indian peninsula was the pivot of some of the oldest trade routes of the world, eastwards as well as westwards. If we look west, if we look east and west, we had figured out how to harness the monsoon crosswinds and trade better, because land then was, of course, um, you know, bothered by wars, the terrains were not good. So the Indians had mastered the art of harnessing the crosswinds and ensuring that the trade is quicker and using our sea route. So when I say that we've come a full circle, I see the Narendra Modi government put in that effort in port-led development. It is truly a whole of government approach. For instance, if we look at the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, not only do we see these types of partnerships with partner nations, but then we also see equal effort in closing free trade agreements. We also see equal effort in data and cultural exchanges. Now we've also focused east. We see the Great Nicobar project because it is the peninsula whose time has come. So with that, I want to begin this session. Thank you, everybody, very esteemed panelists. I'm glad to moderate the session. Mr. Sushil Kumar Singh, I'll come to you first. So when the Suez blockage and the Red Sea crisis unfolded, the global maritime industry had to reroute vessels, had to absorb shocks, and had to almost sort of calibrate schedules overnight. From your point of view, how did the industry respond in real time, and what structural shifts have emerged in the way global shipping networks manage risk and continuity today?
So, as we all know that the geopolitical events have disrupted the global supply chain many times in the recent past. And the global trading community has realigned their whole business processes or their logistics supply chain in a way that they have been able to absorb the shocks, though with certain implications on the cost and the voyage time increase. This makes it necessary for all of us, and especially the exporters, importers, and the supply chain stakeholders, to start looking, and the countries also, to start looking at the options that are available, alternate options that are available in terms of multimodal corridors, be it INSTC, be it IMEC, be it Eastern Maritime Corridor, be it Northern Sea Route. So the options which can be used in cases when we are facing this crisis on the conventional deep sea routes, which pass through various choke points. This is all the more necessary because these options, when we talk of corridors like IMEC, which is multimodal, then INSTC also, they'll in due course of time, they'll become essential because the ultimate objective is also to bring down the cost of logistics. The ultimate objective is also to reduce the carbon footprint and move towards the cleaner transportation mode, the decarbonization aspect of it. As you all know, IMO has also legislated or set a target for maritime sector, which is net zero by 2050. And in that scenario, a lot of interventions are required to be taken. And as we move today, or as the status goes today, we are still behind the or not exactly on the trajectory that takes us to the net zero by 2050. So these multimodal corridors, these alternate options, be it IMEC, be it INSTC, be it Eastern Maritime Corridor or Northern Sea Route, whatever it is. So we will have to explore these options, and then the problems or the bottlenecks that we face in these options, they will have to be resolved. Through harmonization of border crossing procedures, through harmonization of the regulatory framework that exists across the borders, through inclusion of more and more digital tools in our supply chain mechanisms, which give a better visibility to the whole supply chain, and also which adds to the sustainability quotient of the transportation. So I see that the trading community has adjusted or aligned their whole business process in the case of Red Sea crisis. That had led to the induction of more and more vessels into the whole voyage circuits because of the increase in the voyage time, because of the increase in the cost. So all those implications have been there. But then we have been able to manage it in a way that by induction of more equipments, by induction of more vessels, and by increasing the operational efficiency at the ports. So the cargo handling points, so there also whatever could have been done has been done. So that is my view of this whole scenario that emerges.
Thank you, sir. So before I move on, I would like to come to you, Secretary. Thank you for joining us. When we speak about port-led development and these multiple maritime corridors, considering the geopolitical agility that is going on in the world, obviously the policy making has been deliberate. Port-led development policy has been deliberate. You've been in that position to execute this. So if you could please throw some light as to, do you foresee these economic corridors as something that can bring about peace in rather conflicted areas?
That is something that is not very clear, whether it can bring peace. But I'd just like to say that we are in a world which is so turbulent and where by the day, political scenario, the geopolitical scenario is changing. Therefore, the need for alternative corridors. So when you had Red Sea or when you had Ukraine happening, or COVID for that matter, every time you found that it was shipping that was first affected, movement of goods was first affected. And therefore, we needed to go for alternate trade corridors. And even though, like Mr. Sushil said, even though there was increase in fuel costs, there were increase in time, and increase in the freight costs, the fact that there was an alternative corridor available became important to manage the turbulence. Therefore, I think every single corridor that comes up is going to be important. Even something like the Arctic corridor, because of the weather, climate change, etc., that corridor is going to be important. The EMC is going to be important. INSTC is going to be important. And one of the fallouts, the corridors are important because they create alternative routes for movement. But one of the fallouts of such corridors is that they create economic benefit for the regions through which they travel. For instance, Iran is a prime example where we are doing that INSTC corridor. So hopefully that will create a lot of economic benefit for those regions, and it is happening. And we have seen, at least in the case of the IPGL, which did that, which is managing the corridor, the Chabahar port, we saw that there was a lot of demand on them to do something good for the local communities apart from the port. So I think there will be a positive effect. The turbulence will create these corridors, and these corridors are there, will exist there to function effectively. The fact that they're today not functioning is irrelevant, because alternate routes like water have a way of finding their have a method of finding a way, and some goods will find their way through these routes. So I think that is the implication of the...
Thank you, Secretary. Mr. Raj, I will come to you with a follow-up question. As Secretary Sir mentioned that ports have been the first choke points in stressful situations globally, be it the pandemic, be it the Suez Canal issue. Do you think that the industry is prepared better to absorb these shocks?
I would say better prepared from 2 years ago, yes. But it has been a learning process. And that's one of the first things that we have observed while we have been operating on many of these trade corridors, right, and the port pairs, is in every crisis, one of the first things that get impacted are the port, right? You ends up in extensive congestions at the ports, vessels get delayed, transit times get longer, and then we end up with a situation where trade cargo starts to get blocked. Now, if you see across the board, and especially from our experience, we have seen some ports with the capability to handle them better, some of them, and come back into normalcy quicker, and some that takes a very long time before they regain the normalcy as such. And one of the critical factors in this is ports like Jebel Ali, ports like Singapore, which has additional capacity, has additional equipment to be able to handle this, have been seen to come back quicker to recover from these disruptions, because this has a massive impact. Because when vessels get delayed, whether it's because of conflict or whether it's because of rerouting as a result of conflict or weather-related events, you end up with situations that they don't come on the stated time that they are expected to come at the port, and then you end up with this. So from this, we have seen that hitherto we were focused very much on operational efficiency, cost efficiency, but now we are starting to see that the resilience is far more important in terms of the current socio-political environment as such. And it's extremely important that we are able to cater for that, and those that are able to get there quicker and be able to cater for that are better prepared to deliver the outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So I know that Mr. Sumar mentioned in his comments in the last session that along the IMEC route, goods are already moving from point A to the final destination point. It's just about optimizing processes. So Mr. Shubhendu, I'll come to you with this question. Since none of these corridors are really fully optimized and in operations right now, is it just a fancy new word, or do you think they'll achieve the cost efficiency that is required for them to realize?
Hello. First of all, thanks DP World and organizers for having me here. For the viability of corridors, as you asked, right, let's look at the fundamental triggers. We spoke about disruptions, right, which I'm sure nearly everyone agrees here. But there is also one more dimension to that. If you look at any of the corridors, whether it's INSTC, IMAC, nearly all of them are actually quicker, right? It cuts short the time by 30 to 40%. So now speed, which is a fundamental trigger for these corridors, is something which is not spoken about enough. And I think that's important. Secondly, all of these corridors are necessarily multimodal, if you see, probably due to Caspian Sea or sometime due to Black Sea and so on. So what multimodal does, it increases the number of transshipments and therefore touches in the logistics. And everyone in the logistics industry would know that every touch leads to leakage and therefore the cost goes up, right? So this is one of the biggest challenge, and hence why the cost for some of these corridors are today not as attractive as it should be, hopefully in future with scale. And the other challenge to this is the railways, where we also have multiple gauge in different countries. And therefore things are not seamless, and hence you need to further do a transshipment. When all of this comes together, I think the corridor will shape up very beautifully. But even now, at the current state of things, I believe there are enough cargoes which can actually absorb some of these cost escalations when there is a time reduction to the extent of 30–40%. We have seen this across industries. There are enough cargoes we are actually time sensitive and can actually absorb the cost. And I think the speed of the trade is sort of getting demonstrated in nearly all the industries we see. Right? Take a look at example of an e-commerce. We were very comfortable with 10 days earlier. Today, Amazon Prime talks about covering the entire country in 1 day or 2 days, right? And then we have 10-minute deliveries in India, and it's spreading all over, right? So I think the speed is something which I believe will sort of force the corridors to be taken up much seriously than anything else. And hence, I believe that these corridors are extremely viable for some set of cargoes which are premium, And over a period of time, as the cost of these corridor comes down, I think it will become viable for a large set of cargo. So very, very positive and bullish on this.
Absolutely. That's an optimistic outlook, one that we all want. Mr. Mittal, I'll come to you with the next question. Now that we're talking about these multimodal systems, how should we be thinking about infrastructure design? What are realistically your on ground? So what are realistically the challenges to achieve this kind of cost efficiency in multimodal corridors? If you could please shed some light on.
But trade is already happening on this corridor. So either you start optimizing and building the infrastructure and then start moving and optimizing the trade and trying to optimize the cost. The key thing which is different in this corridor, and that's the reason why there is that audacity to dream that this corridor can actually function faster than any other previous corridor, is the point that here the approach first is to try and see the cargo moving faster, easier, and then automatically the infrastructure falls into place. And that's the reason why this is first being pushed as the virtual trade corridor, which has been talked about, that once the virtual trade corridor functions, the optimizing the efficiency and the logistics cost, etc., and building up the infra on the countries on way, that automatically falls into place. And that's the reason why the VTC leading to the Maitri is the key driver. And as I said, what was sown as a seed about last year, and the audacity to dream that this can actually happen is the reason why here the approach is different.
Thank you. The audacity to dream. So I'll come to somebody who can talk about investments, because follow the money, they say. Mr. Giri, do you think that such infrastructural upgrades, which obviously require significant capital and investments, from an investor's lens, what factors make these projects, first of all, are these projects bankable? What factors make them bankable? And how can we attract institutional and sovereign capital to build them? And of course, where do you see NIIF in this design?
Sure. First of all, thanks to DP World for making me part of this panel. In terms of, see, it's actually quite straightforward. So if you don't have to go far, you have to actually look at the other subsectors of infrastructure in India that have attracted a lot of institutional capital. And the building blocks are quite straightforward. As investors, what do we look for, right? So as investors, we look for long-term visibility, long-term contracts, clarity between the concessioning authority and the concessionary, whose responsibility is that, change in law provisions, very objective framework on commercial terms which are important, enforceability, and most of the global investors would like to have enforceability relating to the international laws and arbitrations. In terms of, from a contractual framework perspective, there has to be a dispute resolution mechanism. There has to be some comfort in terms of competition. I wouldn't say competition, a non-compete or some kind of a usage restriction, right, to ensure that you have visibility on the traffic and you can underwrite the traffic for a longer period. So I think the building blocks are quite simple. Any investor will look at these parameters to commit capital into the sector. And again, ports and logistics continues to be a very attractive segment from an institutional investor perspective. So for the right frame, I don't see a challenge in terms of investments coming into the sector. And of course, we have a live example in terms of our partnership with DP World. It's almost it's inching a decade now, but it has been a great run for both the partners.
So before I move on with the next question, do you see excitement amongst the investing community for a corridor like IMEC, for instance?
No, so I will be frank. I think it's a bit early. We need to see the proof of pudding. It really depends and boils down to what kind of investors you're looking for. If you're looking for long-term investors who are looking for low risk, low return kind of investments, I think it's a bit early. I think the initial investments will have to be made by the government, and the initial investments will also have to be seeded by some of the large global strategics as well as domestic strategics. And if you put the right frame, I think it can follow with significant capital coming from the institutional investors.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll move to Dr. Luca. Hello. So, want to discuss the 10T framework, sir. So, Europe has been at the forefront of integrating trade and logistics systems, which connect port community systems and customs single window national logistics platform. Can you talk a little bit about the 10T network, and we'll ask the next question.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here. Coming to the point, the 10T network is a strategic plan from all Europe with a unique multimodal vision, road, rail, inland waterway, and maritime shipping routes in order to approach as a single market all Europe and for a faster growth, more integrated approach. And from the other side, it was the starting point in order to extend this kind of vision to the neighborhood countries. So the experience we did in the last years, for example, with Egypt and with Turkey, in order to expand this integration to Middle East. And I think this is the natural starting point of a IMEC corridor from one side and a bilateral relation that we talked about between Europe, Italy specifically, and India with two ministers.
Thank you. So, what are some of the learnings that we can take away for the corridors that we're discussing now from Europe's experience?
In my experience, I think that following also what the other speaker told before, we have to add a long-term vision that need investment, integration, and so on, but also we have to put together effort in order to have a short-term concrete objective. I think that to put together the experience that India already did with UAE and Jebel Ali, and from the other side, the experience that Italy in Europe with Middle East, we can obtain in a very short amount of time some concrete step in a logic in which we need different phases, and I think that something concrete in 1 year in order to come here next event and tell that was done, I think could be a very good starting point.
Thank you. Secretary, sir, I'll come back to you for a question. How can ports prepare themselves better to deal with such evolving trade corridors? How can they upgrade themselves, in your opinion?
So before I speak about that, I think such corridors need institutional arrangements for them to succeed. For instance, in this corridor, we are only looking at one part of it, which is the shipping part, the sea route. But then there are other connectivities, whether it's on land, road, rail, etc. There are a lot of players within countries who handle these different modes of transport. So they need to be brought under one institutional umbrella. Then across countries, now for instance, IMEC, we don't have an institutional umbrella. Now, who will plan, who will take forward this entire idea? So you need some kind of institutional mechanism. Now it's all informal, so that has to evolve. So that is first thing. Second thing is on the infrastructure itself. Standardization of infrastructure, like someone spoke about it. What kind of, I cannot have a railroad which is broad gauge and then end up in some narrow gauge stuff. No, so we need some kind of standardization of infrastructure. Then standardization of process. I follow a different process, Saudi Arabia might have a different process, UAE might have a different process. So that process has to be standardized, accepted, understood, acknowledged across the corridor. So process, then that includes digital. And then, things like goods, what kind of goods will travel, and then the rules and regulations pertaining to that, the customs, all that. So there are the people who will manage all this. So all these things, and the financing, of course, someone spoke about the financing. So some umbrella is required, and ports are only one small, figment, of a small segment of this entire thing. And therefore, ports will, I think, not be a limiting factor at all, because ports will deal with any cargo that comes to them in any format. And like you said, of course, NIF spoke about the need for the lack of understanding of corridors at the moment for financing, and that's still raw. But the fact is that nobody will touch all this unless there is a concrete plan and concrete movement, etc. So that will evolve. It will take time for it to evolve. So ports are not going to be a significant limiting factor, is what I feel. They will, give them goods, they will transport it anywhere, wherever you say you should transport them. So it's ultimately the shipping lines and the rest of the ecosystem that has to develop.
Right. Following this up with Mr. Giri, what kind of government support, sir, do investors require in terms of policy frameworks or risk-sharing mechanisms or long-term concessions to make these corridor initiatives viable?
So, see, I think the perspective here, as respected Secretary mentioned, it's a corridor that crosses multiple countries, right? So, and if you're looking at it from a very uniform investment framework perspective, a lot of points that he mentioned actually is applicable in terms of infrastructure commonality, process commonality, system commonality, the way customs look at things. So I think a lot of that integration work is happening, and potentially we'll see that proof of pudding over the next maybe few quarters. I see from an investment perspective, I think it's more the framework that is important, but ultimately here you have multiple countries that are involved. So can you have a very strong central body which not only takes care of the process system, the custom element of it, but also from an approval perspective? Because see, if you look at from most of the infrastructure subsector where you have seen a lot of success, it has been in some kind of a landlord model, right? Where government steps in, facilitates the approvals, facilitates the execution, and facilitates the real day-to-day operations of a particular project, right? So here, I think it has to be some kind of a multilateral body which is empowered enough to really take those calls, because that is very important and essential for things to really get implemented at a brisk pace.
Thank you. And for the final question, I'll come to Mr. Singh, sir, like a case study. How is Kandla Port, sir, how has Kandla Port dealt with these new realignments and...
So as we all know that any disruption to the supply chain will throw up many operational challenges at the ports also. Operational challenges in the form of bunching of vessels, say 3 or 4 vessels or a bunch of vessels arrive at a time because the whole voyage circuit has been disturbed. Now that may lead to congestion at the port, then the material handling equipments and the cargo handling equipment at the terminals, then they become a constraint and a bottleneck. Similarly, the evacuation, the gate capacity, the automation of the gates. So the whole supply chain gets disrupted, and that also leads to disturbances at the port. So what Kandla is doing is, we are trying to increase the capacity of the port. So we are bringing a new terminal outside. So like DP World is already developing a container terminal of 2.2 million TEUs. We are trying to bring a new, terminal for the dry bulk and break bulk. So that will increase the capacity of the port by around 130 million tons per annum. Apart from that, we are trying to mechanize the berths. So the existing berths, we are trying to reconfigure it for the liquid cargo, and then also mechanize and put in more modern equipments, more efficient or effective equipments which can reduce the cycle time, and so that will minimize the impact of these disruptions on the last mile and the vessel turnaround time, the cargo and the truck fleet turnaround time, and all those things. So the whole impact on the port as a terminal. So we are planning to augment the capacity. We are planning to bring in more modern equipments. We are planning to automate the gates, and also bring in a concept like MagRail. Now, magnetic rail is a concept which is an autonomous kind of a movement of pods, which are automatically driven, and they can be controlled remotely. So it's kind of a modular conveyor which will work between the berths and the yard. So that evacuation will add, it is a sustainable green mode of a transport, and it will add the, improve the efficiency of evacuation also. So these technological interventions, they are being planned, and the capacity is being augmented. Along with that, the business processes and other, the formalities and the protocols, they are also being refined, for which we have been taking inputs from the stakeholders and the port users. And based on their inputs, whatever is to be done, realignment of the procedures, that is being done.
Thank you. Thank you for such an engaging discussion to all of the panelists. It is heartening to see that in case of IMEC, for instance, we see such increased government-to-government activity multiple times in the year. We see also organizations like DP World, the private sector, the investment community, and, so excited and playing their role in it. So the future looks bright, and we should be optimistic about this. Thank you once again, and everybody, thank you for listening, and have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priyam. It was really heartening, and thank you to our esteemed panelists for having been on the stage. May I request Mr. Rizwan Suma to kindly come up and felicitate the ladies and gentlemen on the dais. We start, of course, with Mr. T.K. Ramachandran, the former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, for his esteemed presence. Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Rizwan to kindly felicitate Mr. Sushil Kumar Singh, the Chairman, Deen Dayal Port Authority. I would now request Rizwan to felicitate Mr. Rahul Mittal, Chairman and Managing Director, RITES. I would request Rizwan now to felicitate Mr. Vinod Giri, the Managing Director, National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to felicitate Mr. Ganesh Raj, Global CEO, Marine Services. Thank you so much. I would request you to also felicitate Dr. Luca Abatello for his esteemed presence. Thank you, Dr. Luca. Next, we will request Rizwan to felicitate Mr. Shubhendu Kumar, the Director, Maybach Consulting Group. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, we will request Rizwan to felicitate our esteemed moderator, Ms. Priyam Gandhi Modi, to have kindly consented to moderate. Thank you so much. May I request the panelists to kindly step up for a family photograph along with Rizwan and the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our esteemed panelists a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being patient listeners, and I thank the panelists for the insightful discussion. It was truly enlightening to see the diverse perspectives on how maritime and multimodal corridors can drive resilience and the future of global connectivity. We thank you all for your esteemed presence. Have a good day.
But marine freight movements remain dependent on a few traditional routes. An over-reliance on these shipping lanes and corridors causes choke points, leading to longer transit times, higher freight insurance costs, and increased supply chain risk. India is leading the way by actively engaging with new maritime corridors that integrate multimodal infrastructure, reducing transit times to the Middle East, to Europe and beyond, by enhancing port and rail linkages while integrating with global value chains. These alternative maritime corridors offer a buffer against systemic trade shocks. and a competitive edge in a dynamic global trade landscape. It unlocks economic value by connecting hinterlands to global markets, helping Indian manufacturers scale with regional and global value chains. Complementing the Sagarmala program, it strengthens port connectivity through more than 170 road and rail projects, potentially generating 1 to 1. Over 80% of global trade moves by sea. But marine freight movements remain dependent on a few traditional routes. An over-reliance on these shipping lanes and corridors causes choke points, leading to longer transit times, higher freight insurance costs, and increased supply chain risk. India is leading the way by actively engaging with new maritime corridors that integrate multimodal infrastructure, reducing transit times to the Middle East, to Europe and beyond, by enhancing port and rail linkages while integrating with global value chains. These alternative maritime corridors offer a buffer against systemic trade shocks and a competitive edge in a dynamic global trade landscape. It unlocks economic value by connecting hinterlands to global markets, helping Indian manufacturers scale with regional and global value chains. Complementing the Sagarmala program, it strengthens port connectivity through more than 170 road and rail projects, potentially generating 1 to 1.5 million direct and indirect jobs through the ecosystem. Every 1% gain in efficiency drives a 0.8% rise in GDP. These corridors also open the door to substantially higher foreign direct investment opportunities into the country. By integrating ports with inland waterways, dedicated freight corridors, and digital logistics platforms, they could reduce logistics costs by 2 to 3 percentage points, translating into annual savings of approximately billions and driving substantial capacity expansion of nearly 250 to 300 million tons. These maritime corridors ensure the seamless flow of trade while fueling economies, connecting nations, and moving the world forward. Africa, a continent of over 1 billion aspirations, is one of the fastest growing markets in the world. Across the ocean, India rises with immense manufacturing strength and a growing presence in global supply chains. Together, India and Africa hold vast potential, not only in trading with each other, but in connecting Africa with Africa and building integrated intercontinental value chains. The Bharat-Africa Setu, a collaborative initiative between the Government of India and DP World, is unlocking this potential through a holistic trade ecosystem. This includes multimodal sea and air connectivity, market access, and trade finance, creating an end-to-end solution that enables the smooth flow of goods, capital, and opportunity to Africa. With a presence in 53 African nations, DP World's market access solutions connect Indian goods to 260,000 points of sale through ports, warehouses, and economic zones for consumers and businesses across the continent. For small and medium enterprises, DP World's trade finance solution is breaking down traditional barriers, empowering them to scale, compete, and thrive in global markets. Indian manufacturers can now establish production units in Africa itself, tapping into local resources and skilled manpower to create jobs, strengthen local economies, and export to the world. While Bharat-Africa Setu deepens South-South collaboration, the United Arab Emirates, at the crossroads of Asia and Africa, serves as a natural logistics hub, offering Indian businesses a gateway to African markets, providing essential logistics services that support the distribution of goods across the continent. In September 2024, the United Arab Emirates and India launched the Virtual Trade Corridor, a digital-first solution designed to simplify and accelerate international trade. At its core is Maitri, the master application for international trade and regulatory interface, which integrates all stakeholders in the virtual trade corridor onto a single, seamless digital system. Since its launch, strategic workshops in India and the UAE have brought key stakeholders together to align on identified commodities for trial shipments, the structure and content of electronic messages, and origin-destination ports, paving the way for pilot shipments through Nhava Sheva, Deen Dayal, and Jebel Ali ports, contributing materially to the scaling up of the proof of concept. Steering and working committees from both nations are guiding this initiative, creating a fully connected, digitally enabled trade corridor. Over 80% of global trade moves by sea, but marine freight movements remain dependent on a few traditional routes. An over-reliance on these shipping lanes and corridors causes choke points, leading to longer transit times, higher freight insurance costs, and increased supply chain risk. India is leading the way by actively engaging with new maritime corridors that integrate multimodal infrastructure, reducing transit times to the Middle East, to Europe, and beyond, by enhancing port and rail linkages while integrating with global value chains. These alternative maritime corridors offer a buffer against systemic trade shocks and a competitive edge in a dynamic global trade landscape. It unlocks economic value by connecting hinterlands to global markets, helping Indian manufacturers scale with regional and global value chains. Complementing the Sagarmala program, it strengthens port connectivity through more than 170 road and rail projects, potentially generating 1 to 1.5 million direct and indirect jobs through the ecosystem. Every 1% gain in efficiency drives a 0.8% rise in GDP. These corridors also open the door to substantially higher foreign direct investment opportunities into the country. By integrating ports with inland waterways, dedicated freight corridors, and digital logistics platforms, they could reduce logistics costs by 2 to 3 percentage points, translating into annual savings of approximately billions and driving substantial capacity expansion of nearly 250 to 300 million tons. These maritime corridors ensure the seamless flow of trade while fueling economies, connecting nations, and moving the world forward.